All right, let's see here. Here. Refresh here. Okay. All right. Let's see how many people we have in here now. We have 52 people. Let me allow a few people to speak. Team C. What do we got here? All right. So I think this is going to be a quick one. Feel free to quickly run into, other telegrams, discords, whatever. Let people know that there's an AMA going on. Share the link. Let's see. Can I make that easy? Yeah. Just share the link to the Telegram, and obviously they'll see that we have an AMA going on. I'm gonna try something new too. I'm gonna start trying to shift these types of AMAs over to Twitter and doing Twitter Spaces instead. And may even try to schedule like Twitter Spaces and have some uh, guests available to speak and stuff. That should be interesting. So I'm gonna put the 4 depots live. Let's see here. Just wanna. Okay. All right. We got 62 participants. Maybe wait like a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer here. Okay. All right. Okay, let's quickly look at the charts here. As you can see, we've been holding pretty steady with the WBNB and BUSD charts. We're going to start to break out as we leverage the depot and the elephant money farm. So right now, I think is a great time to be in the accumulation phase. So if you don't have your elephant bag yet, you definitely want to get an elephant bag. As we start to ramp up the use of the depot and we get to scale in new participants to the farms because we're offering significant yields and they're safe on a fully audited and open source system, verifiable system. So demand is only going to increase. We're going to, we'll benefit from the Lindy effect of just simply being around and running without any issues. So that's basically where our future is now. Like, as a matter of fact, 5 months from now, the exploit and things will actually just fall off the chart. So, it's going to be quite interesting for us. And with deeper liquidity, we're going to go into this parabolic rise. So if you look at us on the 4-hour, let's see what we look like on the 4-hour. Oops. All right. So yeah, you can see that like we're pretty strong in this 4-hour chart, establishing a new leg up, and that's the same on the BUSD side. Let's see here. Yeah, it's just so very strong uptrend. And now with the addition of the depot, it really allows us to all row in the same direction while accumulating trunk. We can accumulate trunk at the sort of depressed prices. So we've been able to maintain a floor of 19, but now we're solidly off of that. And we have both peanuts and now the depot both maintaining a price floor of 25 cents. So we're not going to dip below that. And I think it's in everyone's best interest to, while we're at this floor, one of the differences between buying off a pancake swap, I believe that during this campaign leading up to Elephant Money Farms and the depot. The depot is I actually got out pretty quick, right? Did I get out in a week? And then I had the auditors work over the weekend to help close the gap so that we didn't have many delays because I saw this price action here, this price action here, which was deliberate dumping in short-term traders, removing exit liquidity, removing the hard work of the community because we were doing. If you compare the volume, you see that there's significant volume down here, and that was deliberately, it is what it is. So we can't feed, we weren't feeding that trading action here, and we're still, holding pretty well because the community's rolling and doing things like that. With some accumulation, we need to, and a lot of this is claiming. I think it's in everyone's best interest to, do what you need to do from a yield perspective. But when you look at what's available out there in terms of projects to invest in and things like that, let's go. Let's actually look at what we have here now. So I'm actually playing around with the homepage too. I think a lot of what we're doing in Telegram and things like that is still lost on a lot of people. Even though they do go to the website on a frequent basis, they're not necessarily just going into Telegram. This is sort of in your face way to sort of communicate a message. And right now, everyone really needs to go to and leverage the depot. Let me just check the chat, see what's going on there. People in the chat. Okay. All right, yeah, we're about to cross our major milestone. Let's see if we can do it on camera today. If you hear my voice right now, if you're in this chat right now, it might be good for you to put a deposit into the depot. Let's show you how to do that. So anyway, you go to the homepage. The Farmers Depot is now live. So this is our OTC desk for anyone who leverages Trunk, and we leverage Trunk for yield. One of the major reasons why you want to use the depot going forward and just forget about PCS from a buying perspective, think of the depot as buy with Bertha. Think of the depot as the most flexible way for you to procure Trunk and do what you need to do with it. You're going to get it at the best price. You're going to get it without slippage. You're going to earn referral rewards from it. If you educate people about using the depot, then you'll be receiving referral rewards from them, because people are on your team that have become members of the herd. It's going to be a pretty superior way to get things done. So we go into the farms, and our farm growth is nice. We need to get, obviously we're going to, probably by the end of next month, we'll crack 1,000. Obviously, this can move a lot faster. Each one teach one here. This right here, just need to double that number. You just need to literally bring one extra person in who's earning crap yield on Bitcoin or Ethereum, BUSD. Where these double digits, you can't get anywhere else. And when you pair that with Trunk, when Trunk's on the floor, when you pair it with Trunk, it's just going to be a win. And as soon as the bull market comes, it's going to be a win. At the same time, we have very low risk delta neutral strategies with BUSD and our USDT and USDC DAI support. A lot of different choices for your de-risking your stable coins, including sort of unstoppable. And that's just going to be really interesting for us going forward. We're at a point now where all these balances soon will be properly reported on DeFi Llama. And so we can literally grow, the kind of TVL that they actually count, for one. They're severely suppressing us right now. I think they were reporting like 20,000. I don't even know where they get that number from. $20,000 worth of TVL, and we're like the sixth largest holder of BNB, and we'll grow significantly faster once we start leveraging the depot. But just to recap, and I'll read this. Elephant Money Farms are a zero-free, high-yield, trustless savings and income portfolio system. Pair Trunk with your favorite assets to farm Trunk with zero permanent loss. Withdraw your principal risk-free at any time. The Farmers Depot is a permissionless, always-on OTC desk for Trunk stablecoin. Farmers can buy unlimited Trunk at the swap price, or 25 BUS or 0.25 BUSD, whichever is greater, with zero slippage. Purchase Trunk is paid out at 3.33% daily. In addition, the depot also offers 1% partner rewards. So this is awesome. A lot of people ask, why is the Farmers Depot here? It's about themes in the UI for Elephant Money. So, Trunk itself is very the Trunk Stampede page. A lot going on there. Governance is actually buried in there, but we know where it is. The OGs know where it is. So maybe pop governance out to the top somewhere. Maybe put governance on the elephant page instead of the Trunk page. But I wanted to have a well-crafted, concise experience for farming. I think it's something that we all should leverage. We can literally de-risk our enterprise by our decentralized enterprise. Not to be confused with like a enterprise that like the SEC might talk about. We can de-risk that by going into these top tier coins. We don't want to. Yeah, we can just simply we can de-risk it, and we can keep the value in the community bank, in the protocol. And what do you know? Like, if BTC moons, or if any of these things actually do what they're supposed to do, I'm very skeptical at this point. I think we have a proven system that holds water. And I think that we have outperformed all of these coins, and I think we will continue to do so. Yeah. So I'm heavily into Stampede. I have over like 1 million in bonds there. I'm going to significantly grow that stack in the next 6 months. And I just made a significant contribution to the Farmers Depot. So let's look at that. I will say that, okay, so, thank you if you're here now in here. I will say that, we need to get those deposits up. So we have 86K here in total deposits for launch. Let's get a couple 100,000 today. Tap your whale friends who are on the sidelines and say, hey, it's up. So, so this is just my personal dashboard. So, off a 21,000 deposit, I'm going to be able to pull out 75K. The way the system is designed is every time you deposit, it calculates a deposit base and adds it to your current, takes the current deposit and adds it to your base. So that way you get, instead of getting like a asymptotically decreasing amount of 3.33% a day, you actually get 3.33%, like the same number every day, unless you deposit more, and then that'll increase, but it'll be constant every day, so that you're always 30 days out from getting your full deposit back. So you can see, just by simple math, this number roughly times 30 is like 60 something. It's gonna and I'm a little under 2 days, so you can see that math is going to work out to get 75K. When you haven't done any transactions, this will say never, but it'll tell you what your last transaction was in terms of days, just as something pretty helpful. I can do an estimate. Boom. So I'm getting like 3.5 times, my investment in Trump and paid out in Trump. So one cool thing, obviously you can max it out and deposit. One thing that's cool about this is that from a dollar perspective, you don't lose anything by Trunk not being at peg, right? Like say these APRs just stayed the same, and say the price of Trunk just stayed around 25 cents. You're earning 34% on your money, period. With low downside risk. We have a stable coin that's never gone to zero, has consistently paid out yield to support a community, and actually has an ecosystem built around it, which will push this price up, or at least at a very minimum maintain this price. And that's in this current bear market environment that we've been in for over a year. As a matter of fact, Elephant and Trunk have been, from a downside perspective, Trunk has performed admirably versus other altcoins, all other altcoins. It hasn't performed as well as a stable coin because we had to recover from this and then panic selling after. And then just decrease support for the platform. Again, hating to bring this up, but we have to acknowledge as a community that a lot of the recovery, a lot of the failure of the recovery is due to funds being diverted to projects that simply have not performed as well as Elephant Money. Projects that have had charts that have done nothing but go down since August, where month over month you're losing 3x of your value. Projects that have not changed the rules for the better, and in most cases, projects that have layered on the Ponzi-nomics really thick and held your funds hostage. Yield that you thought you were getting gets paid as exit liquidity instead of being paid as proper tokens, where you can do what you want with them. Severe lack of choice, and you're trapped. The yield on Elephant Money is paid out as liquid Trunk. And now with the addition of the farms, as a community, we can responsibly take profit and de-risk into the farms while keeping TVL in the bank. You have to understand how powerful this is. It means that we can grow risk-free. This system has been fully audited. There's a link to the Medium for the audits. It covers everything in depth, and also the depot has also been added to this, as well as a consensus MythX security scan for the depot as well. So in all cases, for the security scans, no findings, or just low vulnerability findings that are more a function of how the code has to be written versus anything serious. As a matter of fact, in our farm depot, there are absolutely zero findings. And the only, there were zero findings. And basically, we have a way, the only administrative control is to update the Oracle where it gets priced from, and that's using our currently deployed swap engine. We can update the farm engine, which is responsible for generating yield, and that integrates with the reserve and all of our infrastructure around there too. In the treasury integrates with all that infrastructure. But basically, the depot itself is immutable. Let me bring this up. Okay, so so the depot contract itself is immutable. It's verified. And administratively, as a safeguard, all of the contracts can be paused, but in the Elephant Money network for all the modern contracts, but the pause is what happens depends on how the is running modifier has been used, and in most cases, I just don't implement the is running modifier anywhere. So these contracts are always on. So literally all contracts are always on. Your funds can't be paused. Now, for the depot, given that at the end of the day there is minting involved, and at the end of the day that minting is dependent on price and things like that, there's a couple of safeguards built in. There is a 25-cent floor, just like peanuts, so that protects the system. In addition, the is running modifier is applied to deposits. So what that means is, if for whatever reason we needed to stop deposits because we were under attack by like BlackRock and decided to mint like 1 billion Trump tokens or something, what would that do for Elephant? Pretty amazing things. So here's one of the cool things about the depot. Like, I'm not too worried about it, but I did put it in just to, and the auditors agree. They're like, that's a good reasonable control, like to be able to just halt deposits for like not halting withdrawals. You can always claim your funds. You can always claim your funds, but literally just halting deposits. Like, maybe we don't want to take on money because like this is too much money from a single actor and it's scary. I don't know what their intentions are, but the cool thing about the depot is, if you go into the depot to mint trunk, then your intentions are to moon the price of elephant. And if your intentions are to moon the price of elephant, the rest of the crypto world will see it. They will follow you. They will FOMO into elephant. And that is actually the secret to how we make our money. The easiest thing you can do as a owner at this point is to use peanuts or use the Farmer's Depot. Use peanuts if you want to go directly into Stampede and grow your Stampede bag, or you can use the depot to grow, trunk, to grow loose trunk, and then be able to get that to work for you. So let's see. I see somebody asked a question. I can answer that question real quick. Let's go to Stampede. So somebody asked a question about the governance contracts. So we have 53,000 in the BUSD treasury. We have trunk treasury here. And the question was asked, so the buyback strategy, all these strategies, they have APRs associated with them, and those are running in real time. So every time you execute, so it's always like looking at, it's going to get an allocation of money for a 24-hour period, but it's going to get it in real time. And every time you execute the strategy, it exhausts like the buildup of those funds, and then those funds build back up again. So many of these strategies, they don't. Most of the strategies sell elephant to do things. The buyback strategy takes up to 50% per day of what's in the BUSD treasury and uses that to buy elephant. And that kind of kickstarts the process up. And so, now that we have like a somewhat healthy BUSD treasury, we're going to be constantly buying, elephant, and probably less than like, if we had, at around 50,000, at around 50,000 or better in the BUSD treasury, we're generating 1,000 elephant per hour to sell. $1,000 per hour to buy back elephant, which is kind of nice. We want to get back to we want to get this participation number up, and we want to get this participation number up. Grow your bags of cheap trunk. It's liquid. The governance contracts for the PEG support, those APRs are going to get dialed up soon. So you're going to see this thing starting to creep up. And also, every time you go into the depot, just in real time, it does use 10% of the funds deposited to depot to actually buy back trunk in real time. So it's important that, folks DCA as well. You can come up with a DCA plan as well. It's hard earning yield. I mean, there's not a lot of places paying out yield reliable yield. I've been looking. There's new projects, things that are out that I can already tell that it's just going to be like a dog. Projects with really high taxes going in and out, long wait times as well, potentially without like really high yields to show for it. And also, at the end of the day, if you're just getting sort of price, the LMS systems and things that manipulate price, they're just painting a chart. The liquidity really isn't there. So if everyone sells, or if there's a significant like downdraft and things like that, these projects are going to suffer just like any other project. Only Elephant, has shown that not only can it take the hits of the market, but actually grow in this market cycle. And now with the farms, like we really have no excuse, and we can just continue to compete and grow TVL with some of the other top projects in the overall industry, and especially on BSC, where we can become a dominant player if we bring people into these risk-adjusted farms, where here's a really solid delta neutral strategy. Like this thing is going to perform equally well in a bear and bull market right here. This thing right here, and half of this is FDIC backed, half of this is backed by the entire platform. The entire platform's purpose is just to make sure that this maintains its value at a floor price of around 25 cents and up to a penny. Up to a dollar. So I think people should enjoy. The whole point of having the Farmers Depot is that you can enjoy getting cheap trunk. Enjoy getting cheap trunk and focus on growing the elephant treasury. We're getting there. Let's see. We're getting there. So this has always been hovering around $10 million. So realize that it's been hovering around $10 million, supporting the platform, paying out yield and things like that. But we've been increasing token count. But now we're going to get to a point where we can outpace utilization, and as we outpace utilization, token count will increase, dollar value will start to increase. We were flying pretty, we were doing pretty well when this was like over 5, like 5.5. This supply adjusted price. So I think that we need to get back there, and we can do it. You see that. We have enough in the tank to get to like 101 elephant, right? One trillion elephant is 96.8K. Okay, so we've going back to the depot. Oops, wrong one. Going back to the depot, we're about 10K short of putting in 1 trillion into the treasury. Okay, that's how you read that. So you can obviously see that, like, for us, for our community, this isn't a lot of money. And we have the collective numbers. So let's just say just the people who are in the farms, for example, but that's not the way we want to look at it. But let's just say, people are trying to buy loose trunk to pair with their farm assets. Let's say 641 people put $500 in. Whoops. Right. That's $320,000. Right. It's over $500,000 if people put $1,000 in. These are just these participants. What if we took the 19, let's say 19,000 elephant holders put $500 in. That's 9.5 million. I think 9.5 million is enough for us to get 9.5 million is enough for us to unwind the exploit and be a top 50 project. We don't need VCs. We really don't even need whales. We need participation. And I know a lot of you are, right, just because I know the demographics, a lot of people here are, most people here are in their 30s and up, and you're men, and you're introverted. So you have to so I went on the DGen protocol, after I launched the farms, and they're a rowdy bunch, and I'll just leave it at that. And I hung out with those people because I have known those people for 5 years plus. They participated in anything I've ever done. I've gotten to know them, befriend them. I am not awkward like Sam Bankman-Fried or his girlfriend, just because I went to MIT, just because I'm pretty good with certain things. It doesn't make me awkward. I played sports since I was a little kid. I did taekwondo. I ran track. I ran cross country. I played soccer. Chess. But equal team building. And so when you see people operating as an effective team, that's kind of what they are, but they, quite a bit of locker room talk. And, I apologize for a little bit of that being part of my first AMA for the farms. I think I did a much better job with CryptoZoa and Fleming for the depot rollout. So I did want to bring that up just to say that we are in a different phase. We're entering a different phase for the project, where the focus, we're staring at not only the Model 3, but we've retired the Roadster, right? And we have the Model S, we have the Model 3. We're doing many things to basically satisfy the appetite of the general investor public, with growth, yield, stability, risk-adjusted products, support for other top-tier products. We're doing it all, and we're doing it all together cohesively. So what needs to happen now? Well, we just need to sell it. And so I need all of you to use the tools that are available to you, because they're the best tools in the industry. We've outperformed 100% of the top 100. Do you know how amazing it is to be here right now? To say that you've been here for months, for years, and the project that you're in, the protocol that you're in, that you're a part of, that you're the very fabric of, literally is the best. If we continue to row in the same direction, the suppression and things like that, there's things that they just can't stop. Like that fact that we've done well, and that you can easily see that on a chart. They can't hide that. And we can slowly just knock those barriers down, right? I'm not coding. If I'm not coding day in and day out just to get the basic machine working, then I'm coding and going back and forth with the DeFi Llama core team to make sure that all of our TVL is properly accounted for, and that we rise up the ranks. For example, we own 99.99% of our TVL in our LPs. But they still have a hard time counting our LPs, and they want to give it all to PancakeSwap. And because we have locked liquidity, because we want to ensure on-chain our balance sheet for the community bank, a balance sheet that can't be rated or moved around like what you saw with the money that that was managed by Alameda and FTX. You saw what happened there. That's impossible here. It's impossible whether I'm here now or whether I'm not. Whether somebody else with lesser ethics is running elephant money from a custodial perspective or not. As a matter of fact, probably, we're going to give it a little bit more time, but more things are going to get locked down and keys are going to get thrown away. We've been able to maintain a trunk price and grow a trunk price. There was no V2, there was no V3, there was no V4 for trunk. The same goes for elephant. I asked the community to stick with it, and I engineered around these immutable tokens and just made it work. Just two tokens, one stable, one growth, and a constantly evolving ecosystem to support them. That takes a level of experience and expertise that you're finding out the hard way. It's not free. I sound young, but I'm 47 years old. it's this work, it's this community, it's the people I care about in my life that keep me young. But the 25 years plus that I've been doing this professionally, not to mention, I've been coding since I was 10. So this is just what I was put here to do. And when you have people that just want your money, people who just want to be rich, they'll hire some Fiverr devs. You can get really awesome marketing materials and really awesome graphics from Fiverr. You've seen what the AI bros just in our chat can do. All that's cheap now, free. To look good is free. It's a low barrier to entry to look good, to be superficial. So it doesn't matter whether it's a pretty website, you know, or a pretty person trying to sell you something. That's easy. I could do that. I could put money there. So speaking of looking good, we got the white paper. So look at this. Look at this. Nice. I'm the excuses for why you can't do each one teach one, why you can't show somebody this over coffee are going away. Oh, is this too long? What about this? Because this is right where we want people, right? We want people right in the Elephant Money Farms, right? And using the depot, right? Look at that. Could you get to that over a cup of coffee? This doesn't seem too threatening, huh? 9 pages. High yields on Bitcoin, on Ethereum. Is that short enough for you? Does that look good enough for you? Okay, so yeah. Does this chart look good enough for you in a bear market? These charts? Is this a stable coin? It's definitely a store of value. It's storing something. You could explain this, and you can say the answer to this, the answer to this. You can explain this, you can explain this. But the answer to this is this. This, all these days, all these months. It'll be a year in April. Okay? This is one day. This is months and months and months and months after. Not going to zero. As a matter of fact, 3x from the bottom. Okay? So you can explain, Stampede paying out. Let's check something. Let's see if people are properly out. Okay, who's here? I know you're on a call. Who's here? Who still has their money here? If you don't get out of here right now, get out of there. You get out of here. What are you doing? We're trying to win. You're being selfish. Why are you here? I don't want to think the worst. So I'm just gonna say, why are you here? Why is your money here? But that's real too, So let's we can't discount the death event, unfortunately. So again, take your OPSEC, your operational security, very seriously. Take your, where you store your keys very seriously. And at a minimum, you need to get a professional involved in your estate planning, because these numbers are going to get real very fast. These numbers are going to get real very fast. Hold on. Real very fast. 16 days. This was 16 days. Okay? It'll probably be expanded to 30 to 40. Very conservatively, 45 to 60 days. 30 to 45 days, if we can really get the volume up. We have the volume to do this, people. We have the numbers to do this. We have the numbers to do this. Look at that buy pressure now. We, going into the depot, you're basically getting paid yield to help pump Bertha. And now that we have the depot versus Stampede, you can do it in a risk-adjusted way where you're not 100% exposed to trunk, and you're still getting trunk like an institution over an always-on permissionless OTC desk. And the UX is amazing. The UX is amazing. You literally just approve BUSD. This pops up. You deposit, and you just, $100. Boom. But yeah, if we're serious, no more games. No more fooling around. I'll let you know a secret. Like, you want to double down with projects that have proven themselves in a bear market. They need your support. Unproven teams, though, with the kind of liquidity restrictions that we have, even if the projects are good, they're not going to be able to get traction, the proper amount of traction. Right? They're not going to get the proper amount of traction. Let me tell you what happens. They're not going to get the proper amount of attention. And here's why. And these are why you see a lot of these projects failing. There's always going to be predatory whales that are still trying to make as much money in the bear market as they made in the bull market. What does that mean? It means that they're going to be looking for opportune times to dump. And that's going to come fast and furious. They're not going to be sticking with a project 6 months. They're going to be, ride it to the height of FOMO. They're going to be encouraging these project teams to throw marketing dollars at YouTubers and things like that. And then everyone's just going to get dumped on. You've seen it happen with projects that I've alluded to, projects that I've participated in, that I didn't market to you, and that I got out by the skin of my teeth. And after I got out, I went and bought some trunk. That's going to be a 3.5x. And if it takes a long time for it to be a 3.5x, it's going to be guaranteed X's in elephant, because we're just feeding Bertha high-fat diet at this point. This needs to happen. And it doesn't take a lot individually. It just takes the numbers that we already have to properly participate. That's all it takes. Let's see. Elephant. You know, I think this was a little closer to 19. Like maybe this is off by like less, about 150 people maybe from the high. We just need these people to be active. We need these people to just add one more person. We need you to just add one more person. How are we doing here? So Bertha starting to pull away from the BUSD pool. This is good. So this is going to get even more interesting when these two numbers converge. So yeah, these two numbers need to converge. We'll have ads on Nomics soon. That should help. You know, I'm going to launch the ads on Nomics this week. Get your trunk position. Get your trunk position and help push Bertha up. But Bertha is going to go. This is a huge milestone because we're going to be at 100 trillion, literally 1/5 of the graveyard. And we're going to, she's going to have double-digit percentage. That's huge. And then eventually she's going to take her rightful place here. And with the depot in place, literally, if we work together, we're going to be able to do it. The more we work together in the depot, where you're gaining value and you're gaining yield, like real yield, like real yield, like as in, this is Bitcoin. It is going to do what Bitcoin does, and you can take out your Bitcoin at any time. I can withdraw this all right now. Like I can click the button withdraw right now and get my Bitcoin out. My major positions are in in Stampede and Elephant. But as things start to go a little better, I'm going to be repositioning a little bit into the farms. I'm not going to sell my Elephant for sure, but yield will be making its way to the farms. I would say we need to get this to Uh, yeah, we need to get this to, things started really flying when we were like, 113 trillion. I remember that number in my head. Because remember, like now we're on the floor of the parabola, and we have a lot more. We basically have two fully developed liquidity pools now. When we were doing this the first time, we only had one. So, but we still can start participating in the depot and in the farms while the price is still relatively cheap. So we get a lot of bang for our buck for feeding Bertha. So let's just take advantage of that. And we're going to be feeding deep liquidity, but we're gonna get there. We're going to get there. Nothing's going to stop us. But we're going to have to do this as the herd. It is tough times, and if we're going to get whale participation, you gotta think. Well, are they already in the platform? Are they already fully invested? Are they tapped out? If we get new whales, they have to be a lot bigger to be able to slosh around large sums of money. In this type of environment already, right? Like if putting $1 million in, or two, even like $100,000 in, what kind of position is that person in financially? Here's the good news, though. I mean, here is really good news. Like, we've outperformed everything. There's nothing better. Like, we're the thing that's green in people's portfolios. If you own Elephant, it's the thing that's green in your portfolio. I see people. I'm not going to name names, but I see people getting into um, things that could potentially be Ponzi schemes. Lots of things that are not decentralized, where you give people money. I see people using smart contracts to take deposits, right? And then do something behind the scenes. Definitely securities. Doing things behind the scenes. Private placement groups, all this type of stuff. Very high risk stuff. Oh, but I'm getting paid. Um, just the way that the program is being run is what makes it illegal. Now, people can say, like, we're having an investor report done right now. The Howey test is not going to apply. It's not the Howey test that makes these token securities. Like, the Howey test is old tech, Orchard Grove. They could not have predicted decentralized finance. And at the end of the day, to be real, there's no common enterprise. If we want to be really a stickler about it, Elephant and Trunk do not guarantee equity in a common enterprise. I'm just a dude on the internet deploying public code. Those tokens have value. I think they do have real value. And the reason they do have real value is because they're backed by other tokens that have value. And eventually, those tokens are backed by tokens that are backed by real dollars. And at least in our ecosystem, when people say when Binance or when KuCoin And I say, when pigs fly, it's not happening, because once you go onto the centralized exchanges, you see a lot of the risks, unacceptable risks that apply to centralized exchanges, right? Like the fact that like some of our biggest ones in the States or run by people from the States have imploded, right? BlockFi, FTX, Celsius, those are unacceptable risks. But the unacceptable risk to us is speculation. This is a machine engineered by a MIT computer scientist that has worked in the fintech industry for 25 plus years and has coded since he was 10. This is a machine. This is not a speculative instrument. It is a machine. And it is meant to be driven by a community. It is not speculative. We make this happen. We make this happen. So you either want it or you don't. You either want to get to point A to point B or not. You either put gas in the tank so we can get to where we're going, or you don't. You either pack the sandwiches, fold the blankets, and get on the road, or you don't. And then nobody's having a good time. But now it's go time. This is awesome. This is our fueling station. It's the BJ's gas. It's on discount. Yeah. Right? Do you know somebody with a lot of Bitcoin? Hey, why don't you take 5% of that Bitcoin you got and just try us out? Just try. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. We really need people to just get in here and try, risk adjusted. That's what these farms are here for. They're not just farms. This is a risk adjusted portfolio built around the elephant money ecosystem that provides unparalleled store of value and yield. And it's a machine, and it's speculative. And the guy at the helm is not dumb enough to put us on Binance so that our freaking token doesn't pump anymore. And Binance makes all the goddamn money. Do you hear me? We get on Coinbase, we get on Binance, we're dead. I need you to remember this conversation because it's going to come up when I'm dead and gone. We can never go onto a centralized exchange. It is death. You're staring at true decentralized finance, and we literally have to bring the customers to us. And the easiest way for us to bring the customers to us is each one teach one. It is unstoppable. It is geometric progression. That thing called COVID, take notes. That's how you spread. That's how you gain awareness. Super spreaders. We need them. They're called women, by the way. Get your girlfriends into this. Get your wives into this. Get your daughters into this. Your boyfriends. I don't care. Like, If you send somebody you care about money using Cash App, using, I don't know, PayPal, Venmo, Zelly, uh, link checking account, just be a pain in the ass and send them drunk. Do that. Just be an ass and be like, instead of helping you out here and there, I'm going to show you how to set up a Stampede account so that I don't have to keep doing this. And you're going to learn about decentralized finance. Do that. It's not talked about, but we know it's happening. Things are hard out there, but yet the consumer is still buying. Eighty percent of women, 80% of buying power or more is women. Okay? But the earnings not necessarily coming from women in the same proportion, right? So where's that money coming from? How's that work? I think it's pretty obvious how it works. So you can't ignore the reality of that situation. So the simplest thing for us to do is to, you have to use, you can't have this be the hidden thing that's how you're making money. You have to share that knowledge and wealth, and you have to drag the women in your life kicking and screaming into this platform. And then we win. And so that's going to be a focus. You're going to see female faces. Because ultimately a more effective strategy is going to be one where, a woman is explaining elephant money and helping us get the job done. And so we're going to put some serious resources behind that. And because, again, wasn't doing marketing nonsense while we were trying to actually build a working product, but now we have the working product. And so marketing is everything. And the reality is, unfortunately, there are a lot of single family households out there, and they're and I don't even want to get into all that, but they are led by women and who have bank accounts and who need elephant money to raise children. So that's where we're at. It is not about Lambos. It is very much about putting food on the table and raising children. That's all it's about, actually. So let's see what is going on. What is going on? So yeah, Depot's awesome. Out of the new sort of contract frameworks and stuff that I put together, over these past couple of months. Depot was really easy to put together. It just builds on everything that we just did with the farms and stuff. And the farms are like an offshoot of Stampede. And so it's just, these contracts are more flexible and elegant. If you're a developer, I've made it very easy for people to like kind of just see how everything works by just, making a single file. Like all my files, when I verify them, I verify them as a single file. Everything's dumped and merged into there. So you have everything you need to kind of understand how that's all working. Yeah. Let's go over, just to wrap up here on the depot though. I added these little notes here. So, the depot, you're going to avoid slippage. Those numbers really kick in once you get to around the 10,000, 25,000 in a single investment. You're going to get slippage. So like with 50. So, but in terms of like more than 1%, let's say with a base price of 25 cents, 50,000, a $50,000 buy, you're going to get a 1.5% savings, 100,000, 3% savings, 250,000, 7.41% savings. That's insane. Avoiding slippage. So here you see what you would get on PCS versus what you get from the depot over 30 days. And remember that trunk is for yield. So you're getting the trunk to stake to, Stampede though. If you want to do Stampede, you can just use peanuts and boom, you get your swap adjusted discount and you get your tokens instantly. You get your bonds instantly in Stampede. So remember, that's a good way to go. And remember that the yields are going to be highest in Stampede. But you're 100% exposed to trunk. So there's that. So, which is, you see the risk adjustment. Like, so Stampede, highest yield, also highest risk. You're 100% exposed to trunk. Not necessarily a bad thing, especially when the machine is running. But it is what it is. There's that. Then you have staking, 100% exposed to trunk still, but you're fully liquid. That's awesome. And then on the sort of the creme de la creme, I have background in State Street Fidelity, so I like this. I just like it because I just know it's the right thing, right? It's the right amount of risk. Let's squeeze out all the smart contract risk. These have been fully audited, open source, not your keys, not your crypto. These are your keys. This is your crypto. Like the contracts are immutable. The vault's immutable. It has upgradable farm engine for yield generation, which is like separate from your funds. It has it can be upgraded for the price oracle, separate from your funds. But other than that, your funds, boom, you can put in, put out, put your funds in, put your funds out. So that's awesome. Yeah. So getting back to here, $1 million. Somebody could we could actually bring in a whole syndicate in a single day. And if they bought tight time window, they literally would all get the same price. So we could bring in multiple millions of dollars, and for every million that came in, they'd have a savings of 30%. 30%. Do you see what are you picking up what I'm putting down? This is crazy. This is okay. So what you need to understand is that, I get my tokens on PCS instantly. Da 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 da. No, whales can't even get in on PCS. The kind of whales that like we're really talking about, Elon, hey, you want to try this out? Hey, buddy, we both went to MIT. Come on, help a brother out. It's been tough going. I've taken no VC money. Come on, just let's do this. Come on, here, let me buy you another. That's eventually going to happen. Why is it going to happen? Because if as a community, we can get each other in the top 50. Once we get in the top 50, we can't be ignored. And then that's where you start to see the founder of your project next to famous people. Do you understand how this works? Chess, not checkers. And by the way, it's not the first time I've been in the room with important people, especially in finance, especially in technology. Who's Andy Jassy? Who's Andy Jassy? 50 trunk to whoever tells me who Andy Jassy is. Let's go to chat. Somebody type in who Andy Jassy is. Everybody know who Elon is. Who's Andy Jassy? Somebody type it now. He's the CEO of Amazon. Do you know who invited Andy Jassy to Fidelity? Do you know who Andy Jassy had to sit across the table from to sign the first master service agreement at Fidelity? Me. Do you know who ran the first project to ever run at Fidelity on a data center that was not a Fidelity-owned data center? It was me. Do you know who brought Fidelity as a founding member for the Node.js Foundation? Do you know what Node.js is? Just the most popular language for building backend or web services. JavaScript powers the freaking internet. That was me. Werner Vogels, the CTO of Amazon, I've had dinner with him. I know him. I don't go back asking any of these people for handouts. I do the hard work. I make the mistakes. This system has to work, period. So it's not about just rubbing elbows and getting money. We've seen plenty of projects that have plenty of all-star people in entertainment, in finance, and they fail. How many projects has Mark Cuban been in that failed? In the DeFi space. There's no shortcuts here, but now we have what we need. We got a system that holds water and that can outperform and that can get a fancier white papers and can get fancier website. And, I can hire a team of A+ contractors up the road in Boston. I was a CTO at Fidelity. I know how to run big teams. It's just not what is required for this, though. This requires focus. This is freaking chess game, and literally, the board is the blockchain, and this thing has to perform against the market, against the macro environment, against the swing traders, against the MEV bots. All of that. That's the chessboard. And the exploit and the, oh God, I wish the community would just not buy into these crap projects. These are all variables that need to be considered. These are all things that the system just has to, no matter what, just keep working. But now we're here, and now we just need like one more of you. For each one of you, we just need one more. That's why we do each one teach one. If we just grow geometrically from here, we're unstoppable. If you just multiply yourself, if you just find one more like-minded person who's willing to just put $500 in, right? We did the math already. If everyone just puts in $500, and we just keep finding those like-minded people who, and everybody's looking for a way to beat this market. Everyone's looking for a better way to improve the condition of their household. Everyone's looking for that. I can spend a whole bunch of marketing dollars and dump that down the drain. But that's not going to change the fact that like a lot of retailers just checked out, so they're not going to see those ads. They're not on Nomics to see those ads. The people left are like the hardcore of the hardcore. But here's the difference: if you're in this, yeah, bro, I'm literally making 34.8% APR on cash, and I got this trunk here at a discount. And that's going to either stay at 25 cents or go up. Zero loss here, just 34.8% gain. Low risk on cash. And I can just keep stacking here. You know, I can take, I get a paycheck. I use X percentage, 5% of my paycheck. I just store it right in here. Boom, cash. And I'm just, and I picked up a little bit of Bitcoin or something, and I'm just waiting for but otherwise, I'm not counting on this market doing anything. So I'm in cash, I'm getting the same percentage on everything. So I just decide what my risk looks like. If I believe in Vitalik, I'll get a little bit of Ethereum. This Pancake is cheap right now, so I'll pick up some Pancake. I'll pick up Pancake. It's cheap right now, and in the bull run, it's going to pump. So I'll get some Pancake. It's the best thing going other than BNB itself. I definitely got a lot of BNB. BNB has outperformed Bitcoin, outperformed Ethereum. I'm definitely holding on my BNB. I'm bringing in a lot of BNB here. So these are the kind of easy conversations. A little XRP because I had an XRP bag. I bridged my XRP over. Boom. I got bets in Doge and ADA just because they're so cheap, and they're top 10, top 20 projects. Boom. All these three top 10, top 20 projects. In a bull run, they're gonna pump. I got little bags of all these. But yeah, other than that, I'm in my Stampede. I got Elephant. I got the mothership. Yeah. So we got little notes here for the depot. Always on OTC desk for trunk. Use BSD to buy trunk at the top price. Zero slippage. Mint a 30-day discounted bond and receive 3.3% of your purchase trunk per day. Your position can be added to at any time. You can always add some more. Resistance to price manipulation of flash loans. Price floor of 25 cent BSD is maintained. So that's the lowest can go. So no death spirals or anything like that. There's no loops that can be deployed. It has a built-in backstop just like Peanuts. 10% of bond purchases are immediately used for price support on PCS. I mean, this seems obvious, but why in DeFi? Like, and I've seen it happen. I've as an executive and basically supporting, front-facing teams for Fid.com, I was on call. I was on call for like certain sort of situations where we had to employ circuit breakers, and trading was like unavailable, or some aspect of the site's unavailable, things like that. Not on call like a sysadmin level, but more on call like executive, like leadership triage type stuff. So yeah, but yeah, you have circuit breakers that kick in. Like when things start going south, circuit breakers, like all these like death spirals and stuff. Even, I mean, our system, the reason why we didn't go to zero is we still have built-in backstops. Stop all this. Yeah. 90% of funds are sent to the BOSU Treasury. So 10% is used to buy on the market itself. So, that just, we want to provide some liquidity in real time to the, and we want to support the price in real time. And then you get partner rewards. So 0.5% to you, 0.5% to your upline. So yeah, that's depot. I'm gonna start doing these little sort of info, in-app docs. They're here and there. Got some in Stampede too, I think. But I just wanted to just clean that up and put it everywhere. Should be one here for the reserve. There's one here for the herd. Maybe get rid of these. Yeah, we'll see. Let's look at the chat. Yeah, press the button. All right. I see this. Yeah, I didn't launch a V2 token. Think about all those cop outs. Oh, and oh, by the way, after the, I think it's, I mean, we had a liquidity drive event, so, there was no price. Everybody paid the same price. There was no guarantee about what the price was going to be. There was no expectation of value. We were literally just building liquidity. There was not even a published price ever. So, so the liquidity drive event was not a pre-sale. That said, you see the word pre-sale thrown around a lot. I just want you guys to know, after the library SEC ruling, library lost, you're still buying pre-sales. You're still rocking with developers that think, running a pre-sale. It literally has sale in the name. You think those aren't going to have problems like after library ruling? It'd be one thing if it was before, but that ship has sailed. Like, you can't be putting money in those things and expect to get away. Like, all these chickens are going to come home to roost in 2-3 years, especially after all this FTX nonsense. So be careful. Like, you buy from the depot trunk, that's just getting trunk. That's not a pre-sale, So, and you can make you make a 3x there just on a token that's already out there in the market, right? Already decentralized. Lock liquidity, all that stuff. There are several components of this whole ecosystem that are immutable, and the two tokens are one of them. So we can start to really lock this down if you want to. Yeah, we're almost there. Almost 100 trillion. We're probably past 100 trillion tonight. 100 trillion today. If anything, if you hear the sound of my voice and you haven't approved BUSD and just thrown something in there, got some BUSD just to get our numbers up. I need you guys to okay. All right. Let me you talk about marketing. I'm fully transparent. I can hide these numbers. I can hide this number, but I don't, because we always have to be accountable to each other. We have to be honest about the participation level, the participation levels across different parts of the platform, right? And all this needs to work in a decentralized, always on fashion. I have lots of other numbers from the website analytics and stuff like that. But these are the numbers that I really care about. I care about on chain, where the money is, where the participation with the money is. So this number needs to get up, but it's growing, but it needs to get, we need to get 1,000 and beyond. Easy. But this, everyone who's here, you're already coming in here. Get in here, get in. Look at that. This is not move. This needs to run. 500 bucks a per person. Just get it in and get in and make this number this is a clap. I'm not really asking, this has to be done either way, and I'm patient. But 53? I know this will be 100 before the end of the week, but come on, it should be a good percentage of this. It's right here. It's right next door. It's right here. Do it, because this is marketing too. This thing is fully audited, no issues. You noticed that, right? I've deployed tons of contracts. That's how serious I am right now. I've deployed most of this platform pre-audits. I'm just as good as the auditors. Most. They're not. I mean, I'm not going to go there, but suffice to say, we've been more than good. We've existed for years. We've actually never lost direct customer funds. You've never lost your tokens. You've always been able to redeem, sell your tokens. The liquidity pools have never been robbed, anything like that. No. We've had, two exploits over the course of 3+ years. That's it. And Flow still paying. Flow recovered, still paying. And and Elephant's performing amazing. And it's just literally not a lot of money for us to put back. It's not. We put it back multiple times over. It's just gone to exit liquidity, is all. It's gone to goofing around with trunk. Here and here and here and here and here. Exit liquidity. Just do it here. All right. Let's see if we can take any question. No, there is no consideration of an elephant trunk pair. Elephant is supposed to be the simplest thing. You don't stake it. And then part of that is like, get it in your head that no one's going to give you elephant staking. It has 10% taxes in, 10% taxes out. No one can offer you elephant staking. I'm not going to offer you elephant staking because elephant is supposed to just be held in your wallet. It's supposed to be the easiest asset for you to just earn from. So there was never going to be any staking. It's going to appreciate in price. Funds are going to be funneled to it, right? And because it's going to be so valuable, any amount of additional smart contract risk is risk. Any amount is unacceptable. So you hold elephant in your hardware wallet, Fort Knox. That's elephant. That's elephant's role. Reflections are 10% of transfer volume, whatever that might be. So that's obviously a variable number. So on the bots, just working on implementing some trading bots. And so those bots will potentially participate in trading for elephant and for trunk and other assets that we point the trading bots to. I think, though I don't have time for it, I think, swing trading BNB has proven to be profitable. I use Coinbase, and I just use either Stargate Bridge or Hyphen by Economy is good too. And you just bridge your USDC over, and then you can swap it on PancakeSwap. That's the easiest thing to do. It literally is like the easiest thing to do anywhere. It's the most generic thing because you don't have to worry about BEP20 support or anything like that. Just get USDC, and then use Stargate or Biconomy to send the funds over to and then just swap swap your USDC to BUSD or to BNB and pick up your BEP20 assets here, right? Right? It's like it ends up being less transactions and stuff too. Yep, you can always keep adding. You can just keep adding to your depot. So you can always just deposit more, and it does the right thing. You don't use Stampede with Elephant. So I don't know what that means. Once Bertha gets fat enough to secure a $1 price for trunk and is a top 3 holder of BNB, would it be prudent to have a baby, call him Bubba, and Bubba work on building BTC liquidity? No. BTC, I'm not gonna say BTC is a failed project, but how many holders are there of BTC? Do you think if we had just 1% of the holders of BTC, where do you think Elephant would be? We'd be bigger than BTC. Like, you got to understand that, like, you're everything else in the market, everything that's speculative, every single founder that thinks they were smart by getting their utility, air quotes, utility token listed on a centralized exchange, especially ones that originated on DEXs, they did. That includes Vitalik. They threw the baby out with the bathwater. They didn't see what BT saw. Yeah, I said it. They didn't see what I saw. But I approach everything I do differently. I'm playing chess at the end of the day. I stopped playing chess. You know why? Because this game of finance and life is way more fun and way more impactful. If I play a game of chess, one, it's not as good as AI at this point. Two, there's a it benefits me in the fact that I played the game, but it literally has zero impact on anyone else in the world. Me winning, me stuffing my living room with chess trophies, it didn't help my mom other than make her feel proud. It didn't help my sister other than make her annoyed. call me a nerd. You know, it's like, where does, like, I don't care if you can run fast around a circle with special shoes on. I don't care if you can put a Speedo cap on your head and swim faster than everybody else. That might inspire somebody else to waste their time equally to do the same thing. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I just did not diss Michael Phelps like that. No. But is he making you money? Is he putting food on the table for you? Does him being associated with other people with fame, money, does that make you more money? No. But if we can get our representatives to speak at conferences, if I'm in talks with uh, uh, women in the industry that are pretty well known. This is a matter of fact, women in the industry that worked for me in bankroll at the very start, who want to talk about elephant. And we just haven't had the time to sit down because everything's in flux. So I'm talking about this stuff because it's coming, and it's been coming. It's been part of the plans. Chestnut checkers. Got to plan this stuff 10 steps ahead. Hey, crypto gal, yeah, we got to start getting started on these videos. Yeah. Now's the time. Are you in Miami? No, I'm not in Miami because I'm coding up the depot. I got one more thing to do. The community could just, $500 each. We could, steamroll over anyone trying to hold us back, but even $10, even just kicking the tires on the depot is too hard for them. So yeah, we'll bring out the big guns and we'll try to get this thing going. But just Cyber Monday Black Friday, biggest Black Fridays, biggest Cyber Mondays ever. But no one has money to pump their own bags. Just saying. No one has time to just show their person at the you got to do that. And just in case I need to say it, I really don't want to like. There are certain projects, that we're all in. But some of those projects are, going 50 cents. I'm probably going to stay around there. I just thought you should know that before you start throwing good money after bad. Yeah. So, it's, yeah. Okay. Like this is a real conversation to be had because there's literally projects that have imploded or done nothing but lock up your money. And that was our recovery money. Like before all this engineering, that was still our recovery money. Why did I bring that up? I don't like bringing it up, but why did I bring that up? Because there's a thing called first principles, and when you look at peanuts in the depot, that's this whole mechanic at its purest, and the only thing that's missing is community participation and literally pumping the gas. We got to pump the gas. Gas is BUSD. Sweet, juicy BUSD. Bertha needs it. And that's it. And she's going to pay you yield to do it. And she's going to pay you reliable, stable, double-digit yield to do it. This is all her paying out, holding the floor on this thing. So we want these times back. Now is there's not a better time to do it than right now. You know what it means to be here before the next bull run comes? You know what it means to be back to here before April? It means that you're part of the true promise of crypto. Now, Bitcoin is interesting. But the average Joe doesn't have time to participate in that chart. I'm sorry. We just don't got time for that. We just don't. I don't. I know you don't. Who has time for that? Is that the best you got? Is this your king? Ah, Jesus. Who has time for that? Bitcoin. Let's look at it. BTCB. Wow. Is this your king? Wow. Hey, if I was CoinGecko and I was getting paid by the centralized exchanges, yeah, I might have to hide elephant money too. Whew, because damn, wow, this is the competition. Uh, now we're offering to help. It's not going to take much, guys, and it's where our value is backstopped, and then we're going to build TVL here. You know, these going to get up to 125% APR on Bitcoin. People are going to put some Bitcoin here. We get this thing up. We get these APRs up. To get those APRs up, we got to get this up. Oh, good. 4K since this AMA. That's good. That's good. That's good. I'm glad some people are listening. We can knock this out apart. You have to understand the power of the herd. I talk about the whales and stuff. It's nice, but we can literally do this with short money, but just the full participation in the herd. We still have to tap into that. We have the holders, you know, 250 something. You know, give yourself the present, your own Christmas present or whatever you celebrate. It's just not that hard. It really isn't. And like, you know, people mobilize for these stupid NFT projects and this and that. Like, come on, like, um, the deposit you made X amount of months ago is not enough. Like, you know, you want to be a real partner. You want to be a real owner. You want to feel like you own this thing. Well, guess what? You got to pay up. Owners pay. Okay. You know, I make gains in other platforms and stuff. I bring them home here, and I'm definitely not taking out of here to put into some garbage. You know, with unproven teams, and you know, when I change things, it makes the thing work better, not worse. Okay, so like, you know, I'm not here to say what you want to hear. I'm here to make you rich. Just like, just I want to keep that a buck right now because I don't want to, you know, I don't want to hear it. Like, I'm saying things need to be said so that we get rich, not so, you know, because obviously I can code my ass off to make us rich. We got the numbers to prove it, right? This is the whole crypto market. This or worse. This is us. This is us. Right? Like, so come on, like, I got the coach BT hat on. I'm the coach. There are other people think that they're the coach. No, you're a YouTuber. And how are your views doing? How are your views working for the herd? Right? So put all that out there. I'm putting all that out there. This needs to be Bonnie and Clyde time. I need, like, where's my Bonnie? I need somebody to bring these people in because we got the numbers. We have the numbers. We have the core numbers, the core engineering, all that, the system that works. We need people and good people skills to bring in, we need spokesmen and women. Now, I appreciate everything. There are people who have been invaluable. SK has been invaluable. Slow's been invaluable. Always here. We have new people that have come on. EMH has been great at helping to explain the core mechanics that have been built. We got a lot of honorable mentions. There's something to be said for sticking in there, not quitting. Yes, we've had people who have, come in and out, back and forth, hot and cold. Where's my consistent support? Where's our YouTubers that are putting in a video every day? Every day. Not some days. Not, I'm going to talk about this project, then that project, talk about this trash project that ultimately robbed the community, kept us from getting our recovery. Nope. Where's our Stunner Breezy that just talks about elephant every single day and actually gets the views to back it up and gets new money in here? Like, we need all that. And we need everyone who's in it and doing it to step up their game. Now's not the time to back off. Now's the time to put the pedal to the metal. Now is the time to get out there. You got YouTube bros. You need to nudge those guys on the shoulder. Stunner is not on a salary. No, he is not. As a matter of fact, I remember when there were some dark days in water, dark days for the water boys, and Stunner was the only one carrying water. Dark days on that chart before the perpetual dark days, the perpetual night that is the water boy chart now. But yes, by the way, can like I've kind of settled on the water boys. That's the way that I reference this, and I need you guys to make that a meme. So, but yeah, the water boys. We love the water boys. How can you not love BT's old work? I mean, come on, let's keep it real. Um, but but yeah, we thank them for their service. But that I'll be the first to say, I'm still a card carrying water boy, and you can thank the chief water boy for paying BT's bills for the spring and summer before Stampede was built. So, yeah, I think, I appreciate everyone, blockchain, Muddy, uh, sometimes you need a little bit of, it's not always going to be sweet. Sometimes I need to hear things that aren't necessarily sweet to my ears. And I want you to know that I'm always receptive. I'm always listening. Uh, you know, I wouldn't be the competitor that I am if I wasn't listening and measuring the changes in the wind. So it's so yeah. But marketing dollars are being spent. You've seen some videos, being produced lately, talking about the Elephant Money Farm and the depot, stuff like that, and those and more of those are going to come. We're working on some folks, but we need to go beyond just I'll take $500 to make a video, and it won't be that great, and I won't follow up unless you give me another $500. Like that. It is very easy to just get a position in Elephant and just pump your bags, like if you're a content producer. And we definitely have people like that. We got DeFi Springs in the house. We got a lot of YouTubers coming off the sidelines. Fleming, who did the AMA. He did an unprompted video about Elephant as well. We got the whole cryptozoa media marketing machine, and going to be working more closely with them. Those guys, have we've been paying out rewards every month, for the best Medium articles there. So yeah, we're gonna keep going, but like now's the time to double down with getting that one person on board. Hey, gift them some trunk. I'm going to give you this trunk. I'm going to give you this trunk by setting up your MetaMask account or your Ledger account, and we're going to buy some. I got this BUSD here, but I'm going to send you the BSD, and then we're going to buy the trunk on the depot, and we're going to buy some Bitcoin for you so that you have some Bitcoin. And I'm going to set you up in the farm. I'm going to spend $200 in an hour of your time to set you up in this farm, and then you can go from there. You can check out these materials, check out the tutorial. It's right on the page. All that stuff. We need to take the time to do that with the people that we care about, or especially with the people that are able-bodied. They can once they see it, once they understand it, they can go from there. So just reading this, back in August and early September, we had Bertha gains between 1.24 trillion and 2.95 trillion elephants from Friday to Friday. We are definitely going to be in the trillions again this week. At the present pace, 1.37 trillion will be our present Friday rise, but I figure it will be more than that by the time we reach the weekend. I hope so. I definitely hope so, BlackBerry guy. And shout out to you, keeping track of all of that. The AMA is being recorded. Just put 1,000 BUSD in the depot. Let's go. Yes, let's go. Let's yo. I think you're from a particular whale group, right? Just Noble Viking. I mean, it's time to get the word out. I'm gonna go back and tap some folks on the shoulder. It's, you know, because it's I mean, the farms are really something special too. Yeah, I think a lot of whales in particular are going to like the risk adjusted strategy here, and delta neutral strategy, 36% on stable. Yeah, and we'll be able to grow that. Is it possible to give folks who use the depot an additional? Just look at that. Just read this. Hold on. I mean, this is the incentive, and I mean, it's for bags for sure, but this is your incentive too. Like, because these numbers play out at scale, even with just like a whole bunch of minnows lining up, and you know, sharks, dolphins, whatever you want to, you know, it. What it's like look at this slippage, for example. This at the end of the day. Oh man, I have no idea. At the end of the day, it's just on Pancake Swap, we're throwing away money. We're throwing away money to like that's what you should take away from this chart. This shows like especially whales store away tremendous amounts of money, and they can get dumped on, and it's hard for them to scale in, right? Because they're giving away so much money just to get in, whether it's over like a few transactions in a day or over a course of even like time is money as well. Like being able to just avoid all the slippage. I mean, this amount of taxation just through going through Pancake Swap, it negates the yield. It literally negates the yield. Do you see that? If this is our yield on the bottom, if you pay this amount of slippage, it's not even worth getting in. That's why you need the depot. It's just, and that's all the incentive you need. And the other incentive is that this is pumping up Bertha. It's like, do you want, like, okay, do you want to win or not? Come with me if you want to live, you know? It's like that. It's like, there's no, like, that is the incentive. Like, the incentive is that you're going to be rich. Do you want to be rich or do you want, I don't know, what other incentive is there? Like, everything else is just smoke and mirrors. Things still have to be done the right way. You know, we can't even, in this country, it's getting hard for us to find plumbers. Why do I say that? I mean, people just don't want to get their hands dirty anymore. But plumbers don't have to worry about where their next check's coming from. Your plumber is, you know, pushing 200K easy if he's running his business right. 250 $1 million businesses, plumbers, hard jobs. Clicking buttons is easy. I can't make this easier than what it already is. This is a printing machine. A machine. You want extra incentives. Get rich. There is no other incentive. All right, so yeah, I see that, and no, everyone is not in. No one's in. I appreciate everyone who's in. I'm in. I was the first one in. Just the thing, but no one's in. 641, 72. Hold on. We got 8 18,000. 10% is 1,800. 1% is 180. Can we get 1% before the end of the day? I don't know. But if something is broken here, because, and it's okay. All right. Do you guys trust that I can look at a system, analyze it, and fix it? I don't know how to fix these participation numbers. It's like everyone here is reluctantly winning. I need you to be enthusiastically winning. Enthusiastically winning. Who's the stats? Where? Oh, yeah. Here we go. Like 8,000, okay? These are people who are using Stampede. I mean, we have more trunk holders. $20,000 trunk holders. I mean, you're holding. You're holding. You, we need those holders to be excited about winning. These people just have the stuff in their wallet and they're just not looking. They're checked out. I can get you those numbers. Well, I'm gonna look at the Google numbers. Are people checked out? But you know, every single little illegal pre-sale followed by a crappy platform and then disappointment 3 months later. I mean, again, that's where a lot of our recovery went. So hopefully that sort of comes to an end and we can get down to business. Stop playing. Like, you know, you know, we lost a good YouTuber that was able to cover our stuff. But ultimately, you know, he had to put his family first, but like, but I was kind of saying for the longest time, like, look, you're spread too thin, and your money's spread thin too. So I don't know how well this stuff's working out for you. And you know, ultimately he had to quit, and he was doing a really good job, but like he had to quit because he spread himself too thin. But that's a message for all of you. It's you got to let your winners run. That's not a new term. You let winners run. too many times people sell their winners. Like you literally sold the thing that was making you money. No, you stay in the thing that's winning. And when your thing that's winning is earning you, paying you yield to freaking hold, there's nothing better. This is the passive income holy grail. Right here. Right here. And it's you. Our ability to grow and stay together. To continue to bet on ourselves is what's going to make us win. We got to step up these participation numbers because you know how people are. You just like you got to see them. Sometimes some people just need to see the numbers, but like everyone, if you're on the call now, or if you know somebody who couldn't make the call, or like, dude, just like you need, like, this is you talking to somebody else, not me talking to you, but you talking to somebody else. Dude, hey, let me just get you in, or just get in if you're already in. But just like, I need you to put a deposit into the depot. Like the community, the herd needs these participation numbers to look better, regardless of anything else, regardless of TVL, right? Just the participation numbers alone need to be better. These are the metrics that matter, which is why I put them first. That's why I put this first. It's always you that matters. It's always you. You're the key. We have the working system. There's no scam here. It's just us in a system that actually harnesses our strength and makes us kick ass. I mentioned the Avengers a lot. You think you could be an Avenger, stand on the sidelines every other fight? We got to watch each other six all the time. How much time do you think we have before some VC looks at what we've done bastardizes it because they can't help themselves? Like I said, a lot, look at Sam Bankman-Fried. These people just want to get rich. They don't care about you. They do not care about you. They don't. It's not in them. They see you as sheep for the slaughter. I see you as my family. It's not in them. They're not built that way. Half of these globalists don't want you even breathing. Yeah, people who talk about overpopulation, all that crap, they don't even want you breathing. It's not all fun and games. It's not all just gains and losses either. This is bigger than that. This is bigger than all that now. This is real now. This is the real challenge to the status quo. Not this toy that was developed over 10 years ago. What piece of software with minimal updates is still relevant a decade out? I'm not saying there's not a lot of old software that runs things. But in the face of alternatives, existing alternatives, altcoins, and the traditional market against the first go of the technology? You mean he just cracked the main thing that, you know, a lot of other blockchains have in common with Bitcoin is just how transactions are written to the ledger. But other than that, they're like completely different. What they write in the ledger is different. Bitcoin was the first crack. Stunner Breezy says, make your first shot your best shot. This is your best shot? This. What about versus this? Am I implementing a stablecoin? No, no, no. But like, yeah. Store of value. Store of value. Right here. All right. All right. I'm gonna probably wrap it up soon, but oh, just keep talking with we'll add more users. If we just have the AMA run all day, we'll have 100 users by the end of the day. That's one way to do it. Hey, you might be right. You might be right. You know, somebody's got to build this thing, and I don't believe in marketing just to be, you come for, high quality, right? We just can't have. I could just pay somebody to let's just have an AMA every day. Where's the meat? Where's the substance? Like, no, we're not here talking just to be talking. Like, you know, and I don't waste your time all the time just talking. But I have, there's a lot that needs to be said right now, and we're saying it. We're at a very pivotal time in our community and organization. There's going to be changes. There's going to be a lot more faces. Like, I'm telling you, like, come April or come, conference season, next round of conference season, there will be, it's probably going to be Crypto Gal, but, it's not just going to be me talking. There will be female voices pelting hell this shit. So I'm sorry. Like, I'm going to keep it a buck. And this is the same conversations that they have in any real business. It is what it is. The buying decisions, the wealth, it all ends up in a woman's hands. I mean, I knew that from Fidelity. So, welcome to finance. Yeah, these, now you're privy to these conversations you would never know about. Now you know. The money is going to transfer from the baby boomers to their children, and it's going to be controlled mostly by women. Those are the facts. Trunk monster, keep it a buck. So yeah. let's see here. The growth to 150 trillion is not linear. It would be exponential. Let's talk about that. Yeah. So yeah, like as we grow, the dollar value growth will definitely be exponential. The growth of the funds into the token count will be like linear to potentially geometric because as the token price starts pumping or as the chart starts pumping, we're going to have more third-party participation, people who are just holding elephant, not really knowing what's going on, but just hopping on to the ride. And that's going to call, and when that happens, they'll probably do it through PCS. And so that's what's going to pump your reflections. And your reflections are going to pump. The cool thing about Bertha's growth is the faster we pump, if we get that first impulse going up, and as we get those early holders, net new holders that are chasing the price, that's good because when they eventually cash out, they pay on the way out, and they pay more token count and more dollar value on the way out than the way they came in. And that's what actually gets Bertha pumping past the 115, 120 trillion mark, and really pumping in really fast into the 200 is that she gets just as much, if not more, money on the way out. We thank all the sellers for their service. It'll get to a point where, and that's real revenue too. Those taxes, there's literally a wealth tax. That 10% tax is a wealth tax. And that's part of the business model. And obviously the bigger she gets, the better she can support the price of Trump. And that's when we're really firing all cylinders because we're putting a whole dollar in, a whole dollar for a dollar, one Trump, one BUSD, and people are paying to get that 125 risk-adjusted yield or 205% yield. So yeah. Crypto TN, definitely hear what you're saying. And on another note, I really liked the note you put together, your summary of the platform. And I'm probably just going to add a little to it, clean it up a little bit, and I'm gonna add a what is elephant money page. So that one I think you put it in the elephant money rocket science. I'm gonna doctor that up and add that to the site. So thank you. Hopium, light years away. No, not light years away. Close to 1 trillion in a single day with just how many participants? In the Farmers Depot with just 80 participants, and we've basically deposited a trillion worth. So we'll be we'll be close. If we literally just keep this up, 1 trillion a day, right? We've been up for little 24 hours or a little close to that. Something like that. Let's see. What's this? I don't know what this is. Okay. Yeah. So no. Yeah. So two weeks we could be at 114, and I remember really getting at those numbers, those things that are really pumping as well. So no, you know, this is good. This is good pickup. We just need this to go. We just need this to keep on going. You know, we need this in the hundreds. We need this in the hundreds. We need parity with this. We need parity in terms of participation with like Stampede and stuff. Parity with the holder counts. You know, this program here, this farm program overall is one of our best selling points. I mean, if we can really get good adoption here, we can have TVL that DeFi Llama has to count, for example, right? So, you know, once I update the DeFi Llama adapter with all these treasuries, you know, these are literally going to push us up. So the more money we can get into these treasuries and stuff too, that's great. Yeah. So what else? Let's see if any more questions or comments. Yeah, when in doubt, buy with Bertha. Sure, Greg. I like people going into the farms now that we have them, just because that avoids the sell pressure on the treasury. And it helps, you know, get trunk back where it needs to be. Oh, I'm gonna have to switch to headphones. Different headphones. Let's see. Is my mic still coming in clear? Yeah, this does look like it's still coming in clear. Good. Let's see what. Yeah, Robert is a futter. We all know this. Nope. All we need is participation now. That's the thing. People can say whatever they want. The numbers speak for themselves. The numbers are instantaneous. This is where we need to be. This is what we're doing here. We are the unstoppable machine is here. What was going on before the depot? What was going on before Peanuts? Peanuts partially addressed it. Peanuts allowed us to address the market for people, folks in the herd that still wanted to gain exposure to bonded trunk. But bonded trunk, and then just getting back your yield without access to principal, that's an acquired taste. Still, that said, 8,000 participants, so significant adoption without fake wallets or anything like that. But we need to address more conservative
mainstream DeFi and crypto investors with Elephant and with the farms and potentially with the trunk staking. So I think the farms are just, are really, going to take off. And especially when we're reporting our TVL, it becomes self-reinforcing because there are people looking for where TVL resides so that they can just, jump on board. There's comfort in knowing that there were other people that have taken the leap before you get in, right? They want to see X amount of dollars under management before they start throwing more in. So let's see what else we got here. Yeah, I talked about that. It says, are you going to add a help page to explain all the governance button actions like on Depot? And the answer is yes. So I'm going to be adding little help tabs everywhere and kind of normalize that a bit. But, constant improvement here. Up, up, up. We're going to do it. It's a party now. 100 trillion before the AMA is over. Let's go. Come on, that happens faster if you just get into the depot right now. If folks just get into the depot right now, we can do this before this thing's over. So we're 5 million in total BUSD deposits away from hitting our 150 trillion goal for Bertha. At 100K per day, we're we're at goal within less than 2 months at a linear rate. That is correct, David. Do you see that we can do this? 100K, we did 100K with just 80 participants. We have 8,000 people in Stampede. We have 20,000, I think closer to 21,000 holders of Trunk. 19,000 holders of Elephant. Do you see where participation comes in? Do you see where participation comes in? Do you see what's holding us back? I see it clear as day, which is why I keep bringing it up. I'm not doing this I'm not trying to reprimand grown men. I'm literally saying, do I need to wear a bikini? What do I need to do to make you excited? How much slippage? How much slippage is saved going 8,000 BUSD in depot? Everything below 25K is like sub, very low slippage, sub 1%. So it's really when you get into the numbers that I put in a document right here in this little notes here that it really, so for 25K, I think it was like around 1%. And then for 10K, it was like 0.7% or something like that. And it's like really just gets tinier from there. Yeah, there's a spreadsheet on that. I have the spreadsheet. I have the spreadsheet. 1 second. All right, so for $100, zero slippage. For 250.01 slippage on PCS, 500 similar, 1,000 0.3, 5,000 0.15% slippage. Yeah, for 10,000 it was 0.3% slippage on PCS. So there you go. So, but yeah, on Depot, I mean, you get all that back as savings. You don't even pay that slippage. So that's why using PCS just, I mean, for 8K you could do that, but then you're paying into the exit liquidity and you're not feeding Bertha. Okay, so that's a great point. That's a great point, blockchain. So he's asking, how much savings and slippage for 8,000 BUSD on the depot? And I'm saying, you're 0.3%. So you could just get on PCS. But if you go on PCS, you're feeding into exit liquidity prematurely. You're not feeding Bertha, so you're not helping the exercise. So it doesn't matter at what buy-in amount you're talking about. Use the depot, because you're ultimately, if you wanted to like go bonding, then you just would use Stampede, which is instant, and that benefits Bertha the same, right? Those BUSD funds go straight to Bertha. But alternatively, if you're just buying Trunk outright, you're buying it either for price appreciation, what's going to come, or you're buying it for staking. 90% of the time you're buying it for staking, unless you're trying to swing trade it, and you can make way more money off of the Trunk just by getting yield out of it. Because we need the system to be viable. And unlike, I think in crypto, in equities in general, in equities, I would say, in equities and in crypto, it's largely been a sort of predatory market, right? Where the best traders like fleece everybody else, right? This is not that. This economic model is a cooperative. We simply win by working together. We will get larger, and the profits that we generate will be amplified. And it is not a Ponzi, because literally our back office product still has a front office face. The price chart of Elephant is our number one marketing tool, and it is the way we bring in wealth from the broader crypto markets when they pay their 10% in and 10% out just to get growth. They're getting pure, clean growth from our ecosystem. We're in this for the long haul, and so we take those profits and we leverage those to pay out yields, to build a stable coin that maintains its value, right? While paying out those double-digit yields. So, about what? Thoughts? Any potential in absorbing failed DeFi projects, feeding their liquidity or treasury to Bertha, and getting their users in the farms or Stampede? So this is like a MDB model. I'm not a fan of that. I mean, sounds good, but that's centralization at its worst, right? Because instead of those failed projects just giving the people their money back or whatever they could get back, or alternatively, fighting to keep the project alive, right? Because that's an option, right? It's if any funds that you should be able to take out, as a user, you should be able to take out, unless, if the developer has turned off selling of a token or something like that, I don't believe that people should be taking those actions. Like, at no point in time was Trunk or Elephant locked, in, so that you couldn't sell. As a matter of fact, those features just simply don't exist in the platform. So I think everyone has to vote with their own feet about what's going on with their assets, and so I simply don't condone that. I feel like when those projects hand over their, it's like a rug pull ring, to be honest. Like I said, like, for today's talk, we're saying some of the things that just need to be said, because we have to acknowledge what has worked and what hasn't. So, and so I would never, talk to a failed project founder, for that individual, after failing, to make decisions about other people's money that he should just be giving back. If he can give that money to us, then he can give it back to his users flat out, and then they can make the decision. How come you didn't decide to go with BZen Trunk pair? Wouldn't that bring in more users? Well, wouldn't Bitcoin bring in more users? Like, at some point, remember, there's still lots of Bitcoin circulating on different blockchains. If we can become the place for, Bitcoin here, then, that's fine. And that's way more users than BZen. BZen, like, Zen has done nothing but like go down in value. And, I think there's a lot of hopium there. I think there's a lot of, it's very, Zen's just 400 lines of code. And so I'm sorry. It's just going to be a low liquidity token for a while. Okay. Zen's not going to do anything for us in the short term. And I do have the criteria that I need guarantee that the projects are going to be around. And so right now we have a very simple criteria. If it's not in the top 20, top 50 of all tokens, then we're just simply not adding it. We need we need projects and protocols that have like millions of users already. So that's something that we can get to pretty quickly if we just row in the right direction with the couple of thousand people, or more than a couple of thousand. We have tens of thousands of people in this project. Like, this is a, ask what you can do for the herd situation. Don't ask what the herd can do for you. Ask what you can do for the herd situation. This is where we're at. Like, we literally have the numbers to write our own checks. Get organized and do that. If you hear the sound of my voice, how come you haven't added to the depot and gotten 3 other people to do the same thing? Because, like, literally that's all it takes right now. We look at these numbers. This is not even a day, not even running for a full day. 80 participants, almost 100K. If we just grow like this every single day, but we should do better than this. Like, you knew it was coming. Collectively, you knew it was coming, so at least a couple hundred, like everyone needs to just kick the tires with something. You don't care if you put $50 in, but like put something in just to get this number up, like so that we know how many people are actually, using the system beyond just like do Google Analytics or stuff. Let's see. So no Zen. Zen could just be a lot of energy behind a failed project that makes literally no one money. Everyone lost money on Zen just minting those stupid coins. And you know what else happens? Like, you guys need to understand this. When we take off, when we start to take off, as we acquire more holders, we also leave a wake. We're going to leave a wake. There literally will be TVL and liquidity flowing from other projects into us. Big sucking sound. And people are going to ask, oh, damn, where all this money came from? And it came from all the projects that are above us right now and some that are below us. But for the most part, this is a punching up exercise. People are literally going to look for better things to do with their hard-earned money. And we have the hardest working platform in the business. So I guess that's another way to answer your question, Griff. But it's not going to become from failed projects. It's going to become from projects that aren't, like, matter of fact, aren't failed, but their price just isn't doing what it needs to do. And, people can, literally, green up their portfolio by bringing us in. Okay, so it says, no, I'm in the AMA from a long time ago. It was discussed to sell Elephant straight into Stampede as an airdrop for a lower tax incentive to keep money in the system when taking profits from Elephant. So this has been brought up a couple of times. I want to take profits from Elephant. I think that's a little bit of a circle jerk, though. And, running this as a business, Elephant is our number one asset, our number one, like, long-term asset. It's the store of value. It needs to be treated like a store of value. If you're going to sell Elephant, it's got to be serious. Also, if you're going to sell Elephant, it needs to generate some taxes. Right now, you could just sell through Buy with Bertha. That feeds Bertha. So I think we already have an ideal solution for selling Elephant. You sell it on Buy with Bertha, where you, or if you sell it on PancakeSwap, it generates reflections. So that's fine. So, Elephant Money site needs to be dumbed down. It's a lot. It's a lot there. It's just a lot there. I think the way I did the farms, it's pretty clean. I think the best way to approach Elephant, though, is to just simply not. People don't have to try to swallow the whole thing. You know, if you want to start with elephant money, start with elephant. That's not a complicated exercise. That's, you literally approve. You don't even have to approve BNB. You just need BNB in your wallet and you can buy some elephant. So that's about as simple as you can get. And that's what's available to people. That's the first link. That's what's the first thing to do. And then you go from there. I would say, here's the thing. And understand, if you simply do your part, and when I say your part, I mean literally like $250, $500, literally a small amount of money from every single person who is a holder of any of the Elephant Money tokens that's all we need to actually just write our own path to greatness into, you want to be rich? We all just have to do that. So just simply not that hard, just not a hard exercise, not complicated. You'll have all the time in the world to learn how to use the maybe one of the last tools that you'll need for financial freedom. I'm saying this, realize that I'm saying this with all of my personal investment in this. I have a checking account that I top up the 1st and the 15th of the month. That's it. A couple credit cards. That's it. No IRAs. No, like, I'm all in. So, when I got divorced, my wife, I happily gave her everything. I was like, here you go. Take care of the kids. So, yeah. I really am all into DeFi because I've seen it all, and this outperforms everything. Like, I'm trying to win here. Like, there will be people who win with us, with me, and then who are early. But eventually, everyone will at least know our name. And soon. It literally doesn't take much. What about providing a safe haven for anyone who got wrecked with Luna to have a pair there and farm? Or is it just foolish for us to support a failed project? It is foolish to support a failed project. Like, money is liquid and fungible. Like, money can easily be converted into something else. People can just come with their cash. And we don't want to bring negative sentiment. There are people always coming over here pissed off, which has nothing to do with us. So, all we have to do is just show that we're here. People will come. But the easiest thing we can do is just for, I'm going to throw up these Nomics ads very soon this week. But yeah. People ask about moving Stampede position to another wallet. I understand the benefit of that, obviously, like, for, tokens are transferable and things like that. But it's something that will be supported. I kind of dread the day because, people will still figure out ways to get their private key stolen. And now, if they do that, the first thing people will do is look to see if you have a Stampede account and basically take your like life savings. So be careful what you ask for, which is one of the reasons why. I mean, I implemented that in Bankroll. And I just think that we want to be careful about that. You're getting tons of yield. They don't need an extra yield from Depot. Failed DeFi is an infinite resource. Yeah. The problem with the failed DeFi is that it's like all the money's in the failed devs, air quotes, failed devs' hands. These nameless, faceless, Sam Bankman-Fried types. Let's see. If I diversify it to farms, I may not even bother buying any blue chips up front. Yeah, buying blue chips up front now. I mean, like we can write. I mean, there is some benefit. I mean, we can write our own check at this point with the tools we have in place. So, you know, getting into, I mean, you're buying other tokens that are just pure speculation. So that they're just not going to pump the way we pump or maintain value the way we do. That's not a bad strategy. I think I'd run all my dry powder through the Farmers Depot and DCA into the farms by splitting my daily divs from Depot. Ultimately, I want to put as much of my capital into Bertha's hands as I can. And now, okay, yeah, I mean, at these prices right now, it's very low risk. It's, you know, do your own research, but like you're basically on the floor. So it's not a bad idea to go into the depot hard. And that's kind of what we want to do. We want to kickstart the chart and get participation by others. Okay. Will reflections get reactivated when peg is restored and stable? Yeah, reflections will get, they're not deactivated. It's just that people have, you know, people who are in the know have access to Bertha. But let's be real. Reflections are largely just the way they are because there's low participation in buying Elephant. There's nothing pumping the chart. And so the community's just been holding for the most part. We're going, you know, with the introduction of the depot, and you know, we basically have this solid campaign to get the price up. And we can do that with low risk now, with the way things are set up. That's going to cause a pump, and you know, the reflections will ramp up as we buy into the upside potential. But it's going to get really interesting when there's people constantly like buying and selling, taking profit, because then, you know, Bertha is going to get more tokens, more net volume, tokens when sells happen versus buys. And so what a lot of people didn't know is that there was a lot of selling going on as we were running up the parabola. And that's great for Bertha. I think, you know, once we get to the same volume levels that we were in during the first parabolic rise, there may just be enough third party selling that you know you're going to see the reflection volume, because people will be using PancakeSwap. Some will. I mean, a lot will. But you know, the people that seem to be holding our tokens but never come into Telegram or never seem to read like what's right on the homepage because like they haven't signed up yet to any of the new contracts. Right. I mean, you got to remember, like, the real benefit of Elephant is like holding. The reflections are nice. I think they will come with the volume, but you have the whole trunk office for proper yield that I can also actually be tracked and stuff. You know, the reflections is a little too. Well, it's pretty manual and isn't easily tracked. No, the depot just like simply pays out. The whole point of that payout mechanism, the way it is so that the chart doesn't get dumped. So that's the benefit of you avoiding the slippage. It's not a problem. You keep asking for handouts to oblivion, and instead of actually, it's a system that works. Use that system to win. You're getting the tokens for long-term staking. If you're getting a yield on top of that, it's just we're just asking for trouble. We're asking for trouble. It's not just goodwill; it's greed too. I mean, it says we're counting on goodwill. We obviously don't have a single whale depositing into deposit so far. We tried goodwill and rowing in the same direction right after the exploit, and it took us so far. No, but this is the sauce. This is the sauce right here. This is the unstoppable mechanism. It's like easy baby math. Yeah, you can stake, in every 3 days you're getting 10% of your money. It's like and once we're at peg, that's pretty high yields. Yeah, the APY is through billing Bertha. Right, and if you just want yields, you can just go straight to use Stampede. We have all the different tools. We have something for everyone. If you're impatient, use Peanuts, 25%. You'll get the same discount you get in the depot, and you're instantly making yield, and you're making the highest yield in the whole system. So you already have the platform that appeals to you. All you're saying is that slower risk-adjusted money is not for you. You the whole point of the depot is to satisfy sourcing trunk for people who want to be in the assets classes that don't lock up the funds. So staking and the farms don't lock up funds, so it takes a little bit longer to get the trunk. We have different different offerings for different risk profiles and tolerances. We can't make everything look the goddamn same way, and that's why that's my job. Okay. It's stuff like this, by the way, not to be picking on you, Toro, but like, imagine that you have a project team that's making decisions like this and really not understanding how the pieces fit together, or not even understanding that you need to segment your stakeholders. You need to segment them into risk profiles, that you have to create risk-adjusted offerings. These project teams that are throwing spitball and stuff on the wall don't even know what the hell they're doing, and it's not intentional. What I'm doing here is intentional. And I only bring out certain things to answer what I'm seeing in the marketplace, so that everything always has strong product market fit. We needed the depot because, yeah, we don't have an enthusiastic, we have a tapped out user base. No one's enthusiastic right now. And we have to fight against dumpers. But an OTC desk is something that I always wanted at the same time as well. So I knew what the answer was. Was it the right time to have something? I mean, it's been mentioned before, something like this. And even when I was building the minter for the first time, well, can you mint when it's depegged? No, and systems that did allow you to mint when the stablecoin was depegged just had a death spiral. So until I was confident that I had an answer to that through not only trial and error, but the test of time, and actually building up the core infrastructure to be able to really take a strong stab at doing that with multiple safety guards in place, the depot is advanced. And elegant at the same time. Very, very usable. Very easy to use. Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point, Bill. And the thing that helps it to continue to grow linearly, though, is selling, and that there will be a lot of short-term sellers of elephants as we go up a parabolic rise. People are just good traders. Even with the taxes, good traders are trained to take profit. So Bertha's going to get fed on the way when they leave. So transfer of Stampede bonds is mainly like a security thing. I don't really see it as a yeah. And I think that there's plenty of incentive for the depot, and I'm not going to debate it because it's I feel it is like soft FUD. You know, this it's literally doing what it needs to do like day one. Like we're literally going to cross 100 trillion, and it's because of the introduction of the depot. So if everyone just participated, we'd be back top 50. That and then so it's not just about it's not about necessarily just attracting people from participants from the top 20. Obviously, yes, but it's that the top 20 projects are the top 20 projects because they're long running, they hold water, they have high levels of investment. So it's something that you could potentially own as well if you want exposure to the broader crypto markets. Now we have that facility. So yeah. Everyone wins. Everyone wins if Bertha's getting fed. You like people like if you don't see like literally learn chess and then you understand like gambits and sacrifices. You understand strategy. Like you have to understand long-term investment strategy. You have to think like an owner. You don't just get immediate return on freaking investment. You have to put up sunk costs. And there's really no sunk costs here, right? You're earning profit immediately. If everyone's doing the same thing, guess what? The price of Trunk is only going up. Like, who needs speculative AI bots to trade when literally our built-in systems are just buying up the Trunk chart, buying up the elephant chart, while it's generating yield for us? That's what's happening. Row in the same direction. If we row upward together, we move upward together. This is proven. Do not debate me. You will lose. Do not debate me. We are beyond this. I am good at this. Go build your own community in technology and do this. And do this, which is even more impressive in this market environment. God damn it. Don't come up in my chat talking that dumb stuff over and over again. Leadership matters. You are not Belichick. I am. I asked you to throw the ball. I asked you to run. Go. God damn it. The freaking software does exactly what I asked you to do. And the people here need to do the same. We only have a limited amount of time to win. The numbers work. This is not a game. If we don't succeed, it's just not going to work. No, all these little toy projects popping up, they don't have the liquidity we have. They will never be able to attract the same level of investment that we've already made. You have to pump your own bags. I'm not saying throw your life savings in here. I'm saying $250 and just make sure everybody else that you know does it. This is not hard at this point. I've done a lot of sacrifice to get us to where we are. I built the car, but you got to drive it. Not everything you hear is going to be sweet, and not in this environment. People are quitting crypto. People are writing off crypto. I pinned that Marquise Brownlee thing because people look to him as like he's like the target guy. Like, he appeals to he's at 16 million followers, almost 17 million followers. One of the biggest YouTubers in the world, largest YouTubers in the world, period. He influences the consumption of technology. This is still technology. And now we just got to get on that level. And I'm simply saying that like $250, $500 is all it takes for us to pump our bags collectively. It's easy math, easy to do. There are people that simply don't want us to win, or people who just don't simply know how to follow directions. I'll be honest. It's one or the other, but we don't have time for that. There are people might have lost their job. There are people, where just their day job is really, really, really not what they want to do, and they like to be doing something more meaningful with their time. This unlocks all of that. And it doesn't take a ton of people to do it. When we get to 50,000 people, we're going to be a top 10 project. If we just get the same wallet size, the same types of contribution, if we just duplicate ourselves 5 more times, do you know where we'll be? This math was already done by EMH. There are people who would rather be small-minded and be right than to do the easiest, simplest thing so that we all win collectively together. That's what being a fucking Avenger is. Cap and Tony still lead. And the rest follow a line and do what they need to do to contribute to the team. Do you not play sports? Have you never participated on a team? It is not your job to question the plays. You got to run the plays. Else we lose. You got to study your opening moves or you lose. You have to understand what game is being played. You got to understand what opening moves your opponent is trying to take you down. That's the hard work. And then after that comes the brilliance. But the early innings of a game, it's all basics. And it's all usually something that's been planned out. You don't get to improvising until later in the game, when people are tired, when your opponent has shown weakness somewhere. But until then, you stick to a plan. You go on with an attack plan because you know your enemy. We know who the enemy is. The enemy is short-term traders and dumpers. We use the depot to win because there is no other path to victory. If we only keep dumping into trunk, there is no incentive to use trunk on PCS. That is death. You require no additional incentive to use the depot, because if you don't use the depot, we die. In script, if you don't want your BSC to feed extra liquidity, use the depot. Simple as that. There's no other way around it. There's no other way to slice it. There's no other benefit. There's absolutely no benefit. If you want, if you're trying to buy loose trunk, then you're definitely using it for low risk staking. That is what loose trunk is there for. Low risk staking. If you're going to be staking for years on end, then why the hell do you care about one goddamn month and it's getting trickled to you? Be rational. I'm not going to let just spew nonsense and not have to repeat it times. God damn it. What is your relationship with CZ? It's complicated. No, it's good. Does he know about us, respect us? Being the sixth largest holder of BNB, he must know quite a bit about us. Any future partnership possibilities? I don't know. You tell me. I think CZ is going to, I mean, that's a lot of things, you know. Again, you know, I'm not starstruck, you know. I mean, I met Justin Sun, and that was pretty early on. So, if anything, I learned not to do that again. Like, you know, when CZ meets me, it's because like we're number 3. Like when CZ meets me, it's because we're like the 3rd largest project on BSC, and we're in the top 20 or something like that. Some would argue that DeFi is a circle jerk. Not really. Not this. This is math. It's all proven out. We got great write-ups and even video explainers to explain that math by a math teacher, you know, built by a fintech MIT computer scientist. So a lot of DeFi is a circle jerk, but this is not. This is weaponizing liquidity. Weaponizing liquidity. We don't need to offer any more free money, Nick. So I'm done talking about that. At a certain point, like, you know, you got to understand that, like, the plays have already been made. You know, the plays are already written up. It's time to execute. So, like, the depot is what it is. It works the way it does for a lot of good reasons. And for everyone here, what needs to be done is simple. We're talking about asymmetrical risk and responsibilities here. I have a lot of risk, a lot of responsibility, a lot on my shoulders. But literally everybody heard, you know, including myself, like $250 to change my freaking life. You know? Yeah. Toro, if you keep repeating yourself, you're going to get muted. Buying buying. I think buying elephant with trunk is kind of like a circle jerk. So we got to let the liquidity pools do what they do. Yeah, I mean, we have independent, 100 trillion trunk in Bertha. This would not have happened without the depot. And that's with only, how many people are having? 80? What do we have in here now? Still 7. Is this right? Let me refresh the screen real quick. Yes, only 79 people in here. This would not have happened without the depot. And this will keep on happening and fast if everyone just rows in the same direction. I think what a lot of people don't understand is you have to provide an ability for people to row in the same direction. And then there's an outcome if you do. It's not about goodwill. I mean, this is beyond goodwill. This is math. This can't happen if we can't row in the same direction, right? So you're literally getting paid to feed the beast. She's paying you out yield. She's guaranteeing your yield. Look, only Bertha can sustain these yields long term. The community can't do it. Trump will tread to zero without the support of Bertha. That's what you understand. Yeah, we crossed 100 trillion Toro because the depot exists. Like literally, that money was because the depot exists. And now that the depot exists, we just have to keep using it. That's the play. What's the play? The depot. What's the play? The depot. I don't care. We're running the depot. You know? And the majority of people in the herd will use the depot because that's what makes us win. We crossed 100 trillion. There will be a lot more milestones because of the depot. A lot more milestones because we have the depot. Because now we're unstoppable. Bertha will grow and she'll be unstoppable. People will join because of Bertha's growth, which will then turbocharge things. And that's when things get really interesting. And yeah, the whales get significant discount. And the whales will come when they see those sustained yields with trunk at $1. But like, it's beyond just this little tweak to the little feature tweak versus this tweak. It's more about what the community has to do to act like a real freaking community that knows that they're winning. That's what I'm pissed off about. I don't care whether you believe or not. I know my math. I have conviction. And I have numbers to prove it, by the way. And I have other people who understand math to help me validate my assumptions. So what I'm really pissed off about is this number and people not either just not caring about their future and not understanding that they have to get off their butts. Because this is about understanding that like we already started the game. Why aren't you in your uniform yet? We already started the game. Why are you late? Why are you not in uniform? Were you partying last night? Why aren't you here? That's what this is what I'm upset about. And it's what everybody else should be upset about. And you should start with looking in the mirror, because this is a look in the mirror moment. Because we're able to achieve this, we're able to achieve getting to 100 trillion with not even the whole team showing up. So what happens when the whole team shows up? We need the whole herd to show up. Bertha needs new shoes, $9 million. Dude, it's a product for any size wallet. It's to win. Row in the same direction, we all win. Yes. Yeah, you raspberry, black raspberry. This means 11,000 herd members need 800 BUSD worth each into, and guess what? If we get more participation, we need less money per person. I mean, this is only like, guys, like, is this what the erosion of society looks like? I mean, people never like sold candy bars to raise money for their school. Is this how like, because kids just don't do that anymore? Or you didn't do that growing up? I mean, you don't have kids that you have to do that for now? I mean, yeesh. If we don't use the depot, we're not helping the elephant money ecosystem. What is 30 days? Nothing. Especially when you get 1/30th of your trunk every day. Right. I mean, this is, participating and just kicking the tires. This is your business. Like, you guys don't get it. Like, all those scam projects, or even the top 20s that have just gone up and down, VCs have dumped on your head. Don't you understand? Those aren't for you. They're for those VCs to get rich. It's for those project teams to get rich. When those project teams give themselves 30% of the tokens, 40% of the tokens, 60% of the tokens, it's so they get rich. You're the sucker. They spend tons of money on marketing to hype you up. You're the sucker. There's no suckers here. You're the owner. If anything, I'm working hard for you without additional compensation. You don't care about your own business? You don't care to support your own business? Understand what you're looking at. Understand why we're the best. In case you forgot. Just holding a line like this for a growth asset during this whole macroeconomic mess means you're the best. One of the best. That's what that means. Okay, looks like I caught up to people here in my football analogies. I've been out of work for a good year. I take care of elephant money all the time. I only take out what I need to survive. I'm not greedy. If I succeed, you all will too. You can call me crazy, but I succeed. I have 4 children. All of them go to school. Only the wife works. I have never felt more alive in my life. Facts, Zorn. This is what I'm talking about. This is why my children are on the couch keeping themselves occupied while I'm hustling for your children. Do you get that? I'm telling you what it is. Switch to a long-term mindset, Marius, and switch to a business mindset. Understand this is your business, in that, this is like probably the easiest franchise in the world to own. Right? The easiest franchise in the world to own. Reflect tokens fail because it's just the token. They're just copying the token. Elephant Money has like 37 contracts deployed in the network. The Elephant token is just one contract. There are 36 other contracts supporting the Elephant token. And then a whole community. It's a business on chain. Yeah, it's not just volume. It's got a utility. And the utility is this. The utility is we have a full service community bank. We're not just saying it. Between this functionality here, we have a full service community bank. And now we have a portfolio management system. Now we have pro investments that you can entertain at the full service bank. We got gold. We got checkings and savings. Certificate of deposit. And now we have portfolio management. All under one roof. We got the whole thing. It's the whole thing. You like, okay, I'm not even like, you can just use Elephant Money and nothing else and be wealthy. And look no further than me as Exhibit A. I don't have any other financial products other than a debit card, checking account, and a few credit cards. I'm all in. I'm not joking. I'm actually, in terms of growth, in terms of performance, I think we can blow BTC's numbers out of the water. Start rowing in the same direction. Use the simple math that's laid out. It's all laid out. It's all laid out. We have charts. We have charts. We can, once we start to be able to convince a healthy base of the investor class, as well as we increase our market cap, when hedge funds won't be afraid. Yeah, exactly. When hedge funds won't be afraid to just hop in, which they have done before. Like, you don't think, okay, so I'm working with a hedge fund now who's actually helping us write our investor report. They're obligated to work with the top 30 coins. So With the growth like this, we can get in top 50, top 30. No problem. There are hedge funds. There's actually tons of investment firms. They're obligated. Their investment thesis is a rotating set from the top 100. If we're outperforming every single asset in the top 100, this chart right here, this whole chart from January, is us outperforming the majority of the 100% of the top 100. So that was 2022. If we outperform them in 2023, it's going to be a whole new ballgame because we have all this. Because it's not the elephant money of April, it's the elephant money of today. With all this in partnerships and coverage and and it all works and the audits and the insurance, like all that's in place now. Good looking white papers and light papers. That's all here now. That's the difference. So a lot of contracts do unlimited spend permission. Even Uniswap does unlimited spend permission so that you're not constantly approving every transaction. That's very cumbersome, and most people do. Most platforms do unlimited spend. All the code's open source. You know exactly what you're approving. It only executes with your permission. There's no other contract that can trigger a withdrawal or moving your funds. PancakeSwap is the same way, unlimited spend. So it's a usability thing. It can be dangerous, but not in this case. Excuse me. I'm about to wrap up this AMA. I encourage you all to get in. Wow, 37 is an envious number in the queue because that's definitely going to move fast too.